Forgot to turn the mic on. Welcome on in, everybody, to the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and yes, I am dressed as myself. Um, couldn't do it. Just could not do it today. Dressing up, just so much going on. Hearing myself over. Here we go. There we go. So welcome on in, KB3D Chris, Stephen Poole, Shaudell, Nick, Lucas Player. Welcome on in this evening. Um, yeah, I'm a bit frazzled right now. Please let me know if the mic's okay. I had some more updates on this computer, and I was struggling with the mic a little bit earlier. Between that and trying to find some more bearings, like I bought a pack of MR85 bearings. One of them is in the Voron V0.2. And I'm having some inconsistencies with the filament runout detection sensor. And I'm trying to figure out if it's an out of spec bearing or if it's an out of spec filament. But it's not triggering reliably. That's what I was trying to figure out. And for the life of me, I have torn this place apart and I cannot find the rest of the package of bearings that so yeah. I don't know. But I will say happy Halloween. Our cup, whoops, I'm sitting here trying to raise my cup and you can't even see. So this evening's coffee mug of choice is the new Dragon Den coffee cup. This logo is on both sides. It's going to be difficult for me to do both sides, but we'll see if I can do it without spilling everything. But logo is on both sides. There is another version of the coffee cup that also has Digital Dragon 72 underneath it. So if you guys would really like a coffee mug, I know Chris has one on the way. I'm not sure if his came in yet or not. But yeah, feel free to jump out there to the merch store, which just popped up there, or go to Bang Merch and exclamation point merch, Bang Merch, and go take a look. Go take a look. We've got stickers and coffee mugs out there now. More to follow. I'm waiting on the shirts and the hats to get in. Sorry. I'm waiting for the shirts and hats to get in to try those out before making those available on the store. So hopefully soon. Trademark soon. Hey, Royal Nomi, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hope you're feeling well. Yeah, I need to get your bearings to find your bearings. Exactly. Classic chicken and egg. Yep, exactly, Nick. I'm telling you, I've lost my marbles apparently. I lost my bearings. Can't get my bearings. Don't know where my bearings went. Looking all over the place and cannot find them. And yeah, like this is how bad it was. I started going through the Chewy box. I haven't been in the Chewy box in like a week and a half, but I went into the Chewy box to figure out if I'd thrown them in there somehow. I don't know. I'm at a loss. But the printer has been printing well. Yeah, same place my marbles went. Exactly, Royal Nomi. So the printer has been printing well, but it is currently unplugged because, as I was saying, I was trying to work on that bearing, just trying to figure out what was up with that bearing. And I needed to get in here and, well, we're going to put the skirts on and we're going to dress it up a little bit. But I will say and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to show this to you or not. So Free Heathen, if you're in here, this is your one chance to tell me not to show people. Oh wait, people have seen it already. This is a design that Free Heathen's been working on. I'm not going to bring you guys in close yet, but its hand actually holds, and of course I took it away, but it'll actually hold a 2.5 millimeter wrench. So I'll actually put an Allen wrench in there at some point, but it's designed for me. It's a Digital Dragon Mini that he blew up to a 75 millimeter size, so it can hold an actual Allen key. So we're doing some tweaks to it. We're gonna have a different variant of it. Um, so yeah, those will be fun once they're released. For now, I'll stick them up there, and we will get started. Actually, what's everybody? He can hold the KB3D hex driver. Exactly, exactly. And I've got a full set of hex drivers, and of course, I got enough Ender 3s that I've got, a box of Ender 3 tools over there. I just need to go grab one that I can. But yeah, the KB3D hex driver. The only problem with like these is the tip is the right size, but the shaft isn't. So these won't hold as well in there. I've got to go with the really small ones. But yeah. So as you can tell from the ghosting on the plate here, we have been printing. You do get a little bit of ghosting on your plate when you print. So that's why we wash it off occasionally, especially when you're printing PLA, because PLA is sugar based. So every once in a while, you really do need to wash it off with some good old Dawn dish soap and wipe it down. And by the way, this is a double-sided. So you got a textured plate on one side and PEI sheet on the other. So you got a smooth side and a textured side. Um, so yeah, let's go ahead and work on getting some skirts on here. Down, actually, throw up the right window there. There we go. So we're going to add some skirts. And I'm not sure. There was no panel in here, Chris. So I'm not sure if it actually came with a panel. We can add a an LCD. I would just need to get one. If I had to, I'll snake the one off of my V0 and just print the right parts and put. But we'll have to figure that out. For some reason, there was no LCD in here. So we're going to start working on this, and I want you guys to see how I've got this sitting right here. Just having this printer sitting straight on my table, it moves, right? We're running it pretty decent. So what I've got is one of these landscape. This is a rubber landscape mat. I've got one underneath so I don't scratch up my table, a concrete paver, and then another rubber mat. And so what this does is as this printer is running, it's got a rubberized material, a concrete material, then another rubberized material. So it doesn't shake this desk as much. Like I've literally sat here and was listening to my tools shake in the rack when this thing was printing until I put it up on this. So, and the input shaping numbers got a lot better, a lot better. And I have run input shaper on it. Once we throw some panels on it, we'll run input shaper on it again. But to run input shaper, let me turn this around and get you a little bit squared away here. So in order to run input shaper, we've got a little, I think it's like a 9-pin FPC cable, so a flat ribbon cable. Okay. Yeah, standard V0 does not have a screen. It shows it in the manual, and I think it talks about it in the V0, in the Voron manual. But I wasn't sure if the kit came with it or not. I know when I did mine, I self-sourced it. Um, so right here, this little connector right by my finger is the ADXL connector for the tool head. So there's a little here. Let me bring you guys in closer. This will make a little more sense. So we've got this little connector right here. The dark part is a levered, we'll call it like a door. So it'll just rotate backwards. So just pull it backwards and it opens up. Your cable, the pins, so you got the blue side and then the pins. Pins go towards the circuit board. So they're going to slide in there. And there is like a little notched slot to that socket. So you got to make sure that you get it in there in the right spot. And then you'll close the door. And I'm not going to be able to hold this. So not going to be able to hold it and do it one-handed. You got to make sure that you get it in there straight. Flip the little door up. And it's going to look like this. Right? You give a slight little tug, and that stays in there. Same thing down here on this add-on board. This is the ADXL. So same thing. You just lever the door up, and then you'll see if I can get you guys pointed up there. You'll take the other end of your cable. Again, you've got pins on one side, blue on the other. You're going to see the blue because the pins go towards the circuit board. It'll go in there in the middle, line it up with there's a little slot in there that your cable will slide into. And yeah, that your cable will slide into like that. Make sure it's straight. And then you'll close the door. Give it a little tug, make sure it's tight. So this is how you do your input shaping. And there's a command that you would run that's just was it shaper underscore calibrate, and it'll run a macro where it will do a home, it will center on the bed, and then it will run its input shape. And it works very, very well. And like I said, putting it on this setup like this on this table made it rock solid, and we got really good numbers out of it, to the point where my accelerations are set in the firmware at 20,000 right now because our input shaper numbers were so good. So yeah, I will fix with that later on. Right now I'm going to bring you guys back up here. Shenanigans, how's it going? Drinking out of the new coffee mug that came in, what did I say, Chris? Did that come in Sunday or yesterday? I can't remember anymore. I think it was yesterday. Wouldn't have come in on Sunday. So as you see down here in the bottom right, we're going to start working on the skirts. So let's grab our skirt parts. I'm just going to kind of dump them out of the bag there, and see where we're at. Now these are going to be some of our long ones. I say some of our long ones, not the long ones, the long ones here, and by long ones, the ones that have the ears on both sides. This will be for the back and one for the front. The others that have an ear on one side and an ear on the other, these will be put together like that to form our sides. So these are the ones we're looking for. And we're going to start by flipping this over so we can see the bottom. And as you can see there, we're going to start going into this side here. I'm going to move it around on its sides because the top, we've got something sticking out called the tool head that we don't want to break off. Normally, we would take these and set it up on a couple of boxes like we did before with the tool head centered so that we can steady it on some boxes, and then we go from the top down. But we should be able to work this with no problem. Now, we're going to need four inserts, which we have. And there's slots for assemblies. So the skirt parts contain slots. If you prefer, you can attach the screws to the extrusion first and then slide the skirts on prior to tightening down the fastener. I think we're going to probably try that. These over here. We're going to use M3x6s. So how are you doing today, Shenanigans? Did you work on anything good today? Now that we have them started just a bit, be able to see which way our parts slide on there. A little bit easier. Just slide them right over our screws, move it into place there. The other side, hope these don't get heat set inserts. Say anything about those. Line these up a little bit. Pretty good tight fit there between the parts, which is nice. And then we'll need to get in here and tighten these up, and we'll have to use a ball end wrench for this because we're at a slight angle. Come in here and tighten this up. Now, I have seen people that have, like, rather than do your parts where they're all colored like the same color on your skirts, I've seen them where they've done these separate. I've seen them where they've done like one layer and just done, or actually like two layers, and rather than do a top and a bottom, they just do infill, and you're able to add an infill pattern between the honeycombs, and they do that in a different color just so it adds something cool. So there's all kinds of ways that you can press up your printer. Pop this out, and we're going to do a 180. And we're going to do the same thing we just did, but on the other side. We're just going to get our screw started. Oh, that one's gone. Good thing they put extras in. So is everybody having trick-or-treaters this evening? Or did you say go dark so that you can be left alone this evening? One other. That. Setting up now, shenanigan. Or I'm sorry, setting up now, Royal Nomi. Gotcha. What was it you were doing yesterday? Were you just trying different Halloween candy that you bought? I know the look on your face said some of it was pretty nasty. You're on a dead end dirt road, you get no kids. Gotcha. Yeah, I've got all my lights downstairs turned off. Um, and now we're going to do the rear side. Rotate this a little bit more. And once again, this is one of the full panels. And we're going to come in from the sides. So this will just slip down in there. And then we'll use an M3x6 coming in from the side. Hey, where'd that go? Had a screw fall in here, so let me try and find it because I do not want a screw flopping around in here. Just heard it. Yeah, if I do candy, it's always the tried and true stuff. You know, there's too many issues with candies. Fell down in the wire trough at least. Too bad. See if I can use this at least get it lined up and started. Once again, these are just going into the sides, so they're going into the feet from the sides. Get them started with that one, then use the ball end to tighten it up. You're going into heat set inserts, but no reason to try and just work the bejesus out of these. Then on the front, we're going to have some accent pieces. So let's put this over, and I'm going to scoot it down just a little bit so it's not resting on that power button. We've got some printed accent pieces here that we're going to add in. Wiped off the bed weld. Like, and once again, you've got the slot at the top. So we'll be able to slot these in and tighten them up. But yeah, I think a lot of the kids in my neighborhood are like either going to their school or their church and stuff. We've tried 2 years in a row, and we've sat here and bought a ton of candy, and then they all leave and go to a different neighborhood. And I'm like, well, if you're going to continue to do that, I'm going to stop buying candy because I wind up eating said candy, and my girlish figure can't handle that every year. That nice little color pop on these front edges. And one on each side, and then it does show doing the screen. I've got to figure out it. Yes, so this will be the centerpiece that goes in instead of the screen, which means I've got an extra one of these. Don't know why, but we'll throw that in there with the extras. So once again, we'll get a couple of these started, and then we'll work on getting them lined up. You don't sweets? Okay, well, that would probably be why you are making faces regardless, huh? So even Peanut was kind of like, yeah, I'm not so sure about that one. All right, so our skirts are on. We didn't do a display. We can always add a display later. Um, just a couple of parts, Chris. So we'll have to maybe whoever gets it, we'll ask them if they want the display, and if they do, then I'll procure one and get one on there. Sound like a plan? And I was thinking about doing that on, say, Saturday stream. So if you do a display, you mount your display here and it connects via USB. So you'd run that USB, like down, around, up the back, and it would just plug into your whatchamacallit. Words they escape me again. Into your Raspberry Pi. So, and now there's a bottom panel. So we're actually going to take off our feet so that we can put on the bottom panel. So let's see what we got. We got a rear panel bottom. And that's the one that we're going to need. Oh, this is the rear panel bottom and the rear panel top. So let's actually find the actual bottom panel. You know, the one with the 4 holes drilled in it. Because that'll make it easier. Because what we're going to do is we're going to take the rubber feet off and put this on, and then screw the rubber feet back in. Neighbor kids said they were good. Okay, well, okay. I know your face looked kind of horrified there. And I love when you ask your daughter to get you Coke and she comes back and does like, I'll say, a college kid splash of Coke in their drink. Hey, Pez Liz, how's it going? I saw that you had pushed a little chocolate. Had you figured out the issue with your homing yet? And for those of you that had not been watching, Pez Liz has been working frantically to get her cocoa press up and running before, well, I guess today, which was Halloween, and he was having some issues like I'm having here. Oh, that is where the um it wasn't homing right. I'm not sure why, but I hope you're able to get it figured out, Liz. Ah, new motherboard? Okay. Awesome. So I'm assuming that that was a pre-production motherboard then? Okay. Build them. Pin it down. You ain't got no legs. You take the legs off. You put it on there and boom. Nothing says anything. So nothing says. Um, nothing says anything about changing to a different set of screws. So we're going to use the same screws and just right back in. And this covers up our power supply. And if we need to get in here, this will be the power supply, and everything else will be up underneath. Or I'm sorry, along the back. So we should be good with closing this up. If we do decide to put a uh, display on here, I mean, it's 4 screws. It's not that hard. Take this off. And this is easy to flip over on its back, too. Okay, so we now have our bottom panel on. I'm going to set it up. And before I go too much further, let me get this cable done back up and out of the way before I make a mess of it. So Pez, were you able to watch Nero 3D stream today as he was building his Cocoa? I had the video up, but I really wasn't able to pay attention to it because, well, work. But hey, Kit Skyfire, how are you doing? There used to be a place in Canada called Old Lotsky. Okay. There will be things with chocolate tonight. Awesome. Oh, nice. Yeah, like I said, I wanted to try and watch more, but I think the vast majority of what he got done today, I'll say, would be standard V0 frame build, even though it looks like it's a little it looks the frame of the cocoa press looks like it's been eating some of its chocolate and has gained a little bit of weight. It's a little big bone for a V0. Once again, I don't know if you saw this on Twitter, Pez, but I did get my mug in. Did come out really well. I kind of like how it came out. Reflection's killing me right now. So it did come out really well. You do get the kind of the raindrop effect in the logo. Um, and I redid. Well, I did. There's 2 mugs up there now. One with just the logo, and then one where the logo is just a tiny bit smaller, and we've got Digital Dragon 72 on it, and the logo's on both sides. So yeah, with a little chunk and no heat on the heat bed. Yep, yep. Okay, it talks about adding this little piece right here. Um, this piece cannot be put on because of our pico umbilical. There's no place for that to mount and go through the top. If you do a regular, ooh, I was going to say if you do a regular V0, but I can't even show you what a regular V0 top board looks like unless it does go here. Ah, here you go. So this top board goes in and it screws in on each side just like we did, but it has this cutout right here where you would run your wires and your uh, PTFE tubes. But we're using the Pico umbilicals, so this does not come into play. Yeah, Kit Skyfire. I'm actually debating whether I want to take rep racks all the way to the floor in my closet in this room, which is considered a spare room, or if I want to get a couple of shelves for the one short side and put stuff on the shelves, um, and then see from there whether I need more rep racks. But um, we'll add the tool holder here shortly. Um, we did our reverse Bowden tube already because, well, we're printing. We're going to work on adding in our rear panel here. So our rear panel, there's two pieces. There's a bottom piece and a top piece. And that just makes life a little bit easier when you're getting into things. So you don't have to like take your top hat completely off to work on electronics. So this is actually like a smoked acrylic, so you'll be able to see through it and see your electronics through it. That's interesting. Normally it's just straight black, and it's the same black as the mid panel and the bottom panel, so it's opaque. This will be going on here. We will need some other parts. So let me scooch that a bit, and we'll grab the bag that has a plethora of panel parts in it. Ooh, yeah, pocket doors. That would be bad if you run a screw through a pocket door. Um, and I need to double, triple check. I can't, yes, they're thin and thick piece. Way, way too many corners. Place the 3mm panels in place and secure with the panel clips. VHB tape is not needed on panel clips. Want to use VHB on panel clips, you will need thicker clips, room for the 1 mil thickness of tape that the tape adds. So thinking that there was more, but there's different styles, and these look like they're just the straight corners. So you've got some different styles. So you'll notice this comes down and has a little jog, and the other style for this one comes down into a full 90. So we're just going to look and find the right ones. And this looks like it's only one hole. That's the other thing that you're trying to do is just match up what you're looking for. Once again, you've got some corners with no holes on them. Here's a piece with just a hole. 4, 12, 4-piece, 2. By the way, normally I just take this and dump it out and do just like I'm doing now, where I'm just trying to match up what it shows on the screen to what I've got in front of me. Probably would have helped if I had actually just left them as like, hey, here's the doors, here's the this, instead of dumping them all into the same bag. But we live and we learn. All right, so we're looking for the ones that just have the one side edge, or the one corner piece. Looks like that. Okay, set this down. Get fingerprint all over. Never good. Okay, and it says no VHB is required. We're going to use M3 by 8 for the bottom ones. Yeah, some French cleat slats would be nice one of these days. Differences. Once again, we're not really cinching, cranking these down. We're just going to give it a little bit of a cinch. Panel square in here. Okay, we'll need one on the side, also an M3x8. This will be roughly in the middle. We can measure it a little bit later on if we really want to get super critical between the spacings. Um, this side is going to get the our thingamabobber, our spool holder. And there's two types of spool holders. You have one that would go in as it showed there, and then they've got another one here where this would be your panel clip, and you would be able to just slide your spool holder right down in there. That makes it removable whenever you're packing it or moving it and going places. So this is the one that we're going to use. And so this one, there won't be a mounting point here, but it'll mount on the left side and just clip in. So we'll hold off on this for now. The top portion, we're going to put this on with a couple of different pieces. Hey, Mod Light, how's it going? Nice. So got a couple of these printed out so I can figure out which ones go where. Clean up some trim. So how are you doing tonight, Mod Light? Hope you're doing well. And KB3D Chris, are you still on there? Yeah. I didn't need. Do need. This might be out doing the family thing. But we're gonna have a stream tonight. We're gonna stream Thursday, and the plan will be to announce the maker in need on Saturday, I believe. Just wanted to confirm with Chris, so we'll have to double check with Chris, and then if that is still our plan, then I will put that announcement out, and I'll have him put it out as well because I think we're going to co-stream that day or attempt to. One on that side, one on this side. We're going to use our M3 by 10s for these 4 screws because we're going through a little bit thicker stuff. And the top 2 of these screws are going into a heat set insert that's at the back of the printed part at the top. So let me get one of these started. And go recover the piece that I threw off the side. Yeah, I'm thinking about that kit Skyfire. I'm doing these because they're the kit. But I'm seriously thinking of doing the um the 0 panels that are magnetic that you can just clip on and off. So I am thinking about that. That has crossed my mind. Make it a little bit easier. All right, so one side down, that being the back side. Next up, do the right side of the printer. Roll it over like this. And we're going to have some special ones on the front here. Two. 3mm panel in place and secure with panel clips. Okay. Top hat, top hat. We'll top hat aside for the time being. Side panel. We may do some other things too. Whoever gets this, we may ask if they, if they want a display, if they want any type of, we'll say bling bling. Pizza's here. Awesome, Numeric. What kind of pizza did you get? So there is a slight scratch in this panel, so I'm going to try and orient it where it won't be noticeable. So right up at the belt area. Need corner piece. We need the full corners based on what it's showing us. This one is a full corner. So we'll get this lined up. Line up our little nuts here. Go on with M3x8. The front corner is going to have a special one, and that one will be a hinge piece. Right? Get this one on here. We'll line up our holes as best as we can. Going 3x8. Yeah, Monlight. Like I said, I don't know. I don't have one of those to really play around with, but I know, like Anycubic wise, the Anycubics seem to be good machines, but I don't know how good they are at being modded, right? If that makes sense. Hey, Pete, happy Halloween. Happy Halloween to you, my friend. I fear we're just going to work on the printer some because I'm here by myself. Mrs. Dragon's not here. And knowing my luck, I would go and get a bunch of candy, and all the neighborhood kids would wind up either going to their school, their old neighborhood, their church, or something. Because they've done that to me 2 years now, where it's like, oh, we're going to do something, we're going to do something. And then none of them stay in the neighborhood, they all take off. So, kind of a bit jaded with that. Um, Continue with our little side panel clips. And like I said, these we'll probably get out the ruler a little bit later on. And once we get all these put there, and we'll do some measurements and just kind of center them just to let my OCD have full range. Whoops. In this one, we were going to use a different clip on. Once again, we do have our other two pieces here. We're not going to use those because we're going to use the special clip here. And this special clip will allow us to put on our slide on and off. So what we're going to do is line this up, and you've got this piece that's going to slot right down in the groove. And it'll clip on just like that. Once I get these two on here, I'll show you what that kind of looks like. Hinge piece on this side, straight piece. So there's our straight piece. I'll go on this side. Oh, turn it around so it's a little bit easier for me to line up this way. Get this on, and then I'll pick it up and I'll show you how these clips are going together. And kind of lining up really nicely. And I kind of like that all of these are going on without the BHB. There's a part of me that was kind of wondering, like, we're not using any we're not using like any gasket material here. It's just all the clips. So we're banking on the seal between the acrylic and the extrusion, right? And I'm used to doing the the acrylic with the gasket seal. And I'll show you what I mean here. Like if we grabbed it, what'd I do with it? Oh, here we go. So you could take this really thin, this is 1 millimeter thick, line the edges of your panel, and then when you clamp them down on here, it really does seal up the edges very well. And because it's a foam like gasket, you'll get a really good seal. But according to the manual, that is not needed for these. So we're not putting it on. It'll be a clean kind of slate look here. I'm just going to back some things off here because as I'm trying to seat this front edge, it's not lining up very well. So that means I may have my panel racked. So just loosening things up will allow me to push this front corner down just a tad to get that screw in there. Just like that. Then I'll come back and retighten everything. Time? That would work. Do like a Rook 2020 mod light. Oh yeah, definitely mod light. I wouldn't trash the printer. I mean, it's got to have some good bones. So yeah, let me pick this up and show you guys like how well these printed parts are kind of interlocking into each other. The angles are lining up. Right? We'll have our door hinges up here. Everything just lines up pretty nicely. We're going to jump over to the left side now. Pretty much going to be all straight edges around on this one because the door is going to open up this way, the left to right. Grab another side panel acrylic. Yeah, so Kit Skyfire. The you said it was the zero panels, if I remember right, and that's the one that's got the magnetic mount points, correct? If I remember right. I know there's been a couple of different um, panel mods over the years for the V0. Once again, this is just using the all four corners are going to be these, so we just find the right ones that line up, and we'll add our corner panels, and these are going to be the 3x8 still. I'm not going to really tighten it down. I'm just going to get all the corners on there a little loose to start with, because we might have to adjust the. Yeah, all straight, but it's not these ones. Look, top, regular ones. One. And once again, it's just like trying to, like a jigsaw puzzle. You're trying to match up lines from one with the angles of the other, so that it makes a nice good corner. I get the feeling at some point that I may have too many. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It just means I've got some spares. Um, I was printing from a set of plates that were grouped together by, um, well, pre-grouped together and listed on the LDO guide. Oh, ad break. Um, are you talking about blind joint? I would go blind joint Monlight because blind joint is the probably the best connection method. Feeling it, that one's not lined up. Now I got all four corners in. I'm just going to clear the four corners. Don't be afraid to sit there and take these off and play with them again. Oh, hey, Britt. How are you doing tonight? I hope you're feeling better these days, Britt. Know that your kiddos got you under the weather there for a bit. As they always tend to do. We are just putting our panels on because, well, we figured um, we'd put a little bit of lipstick on the pig here. Not a pig, I know. We're going to dress her up a little bit, and we're going to see if that changes her input shaper numbers. Because I did run input shaper on her earlier. So we'll see down the road if that changes her input shaper. Right now on these center panels, I'm just kind of eyeballing them. I'll get out the ruler at some point and make sure that they're all perfectly aligned. The closest thing I've got are these ends here because of our two pieces of the skirt are the same. So as long as I line it up with the seam, we'll be at the seam. Oh, I've already finished my coffee. See my new mug, Britt? Thank you. Okay, so we've got both of our side panels on and our rear panel, which is actually smoked, so you can still see everything inside of it. Two side panels on. Now all we need is going to be the door. So far, none of our panels have been attached with any VHB tape. On our doors, we are going to put some pieces here on the side. And these will hold our magnets for our things to latch. And of course, I just looked at that and to be kidding me. No way that those are going to line up. Yeah, I'm going to think about that and I'll have to mess that off stream. So the issue that I'm having is we put our no drop nuts in. This is the, two individual no drop nuts next to each other. And I didn't think about this, but our door, and these will be the mounts for magnets, right? We'll put a couple of magnets in there, then mount this. It's going to mount like this. Oh, those two holes closer than those two nuts, which means this was either the place where we put the two double here, let me see. There was, rather than using the single ones, there was a couple of, whoops, double nuts in the bag here. And it's either that's where they were to be used at, or this one here with double nuts. Let me go ahead and throw some nuts in there so it'll be easier to see, because I think these are the ones I was supposed to use on that door. Which means I'm going to need to take that. I'm going to have to do some disassembly to get those out and put new ones in. Because those are going to line up. So I'm going to need to take let me think. If I get this idler out of the way, then I can slide these up. In order to get this idler out of the way, I've got to take this top bar out, which means remove the top 3 screws, remove this, the top back plate. I can then unscrew and take this bar out. Take this screw out, loosen this screw, then I can rotate this around, pull these out, put in my 2 doubles down here. And that, yeah, that's going to be the, what a pain. This is what happens when you get things in the wrong, not necessarily in the wrong order, but when you put the wrong nuts in there. That's basically what we're dealing with, is we've got the wrong nuts inserted in this door jamb right. Taking those off, I need to undo at least the side here. Well, I'm going to take the top back off completely. No, I don't have to take it off completely. Should be able to get through, yes. Hey, Subsector, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good night. We are, we're taking some things apart because I've got the wrong type of nuts here on this front side to mount my okay. So these pieces right here are the front door mounts. We will, as I throw it around, so what we're going to do is we're going to stick some magnets in these slots, and then they're going to mount here. Well, the issue I have is I put individual nut holders in there, and the holes don't line up, which means that's where I need to put the double nut holder, because that's where the holes will line. Hey, KB3D Chris, you're back. You've missed me figure out that I have to take apart the printer some. And in looking at this, I only have one of the doubles because I think I used the other one somewhere and I can't remember where. We may have to use a double and then pop one out and use, actually maybe pop them both out and use the oops versions. We got the back screw out. We're going to take the front screw out. That will let me slide this bar up and out. Now, I'm going to unscrew this. And this one is the roller, or the roller, is basically the pin for the front idler. It goes down into the extrusion. I'm going to loosen this one, and you just saw that kind of break and rotate around. I'm going to do just like that and pull these nuts out. I'm going to put my one double that I have in. The other one I know is somewhere on this printer. I don't know where. But rather than try and fight to find it and swap it out, I'll either just print another one of these or I'll just use the oops, I forgot other type of nuts. So we need to take this and rotate it back around. Like that. Push it back so it's lined up. Push the angled piece back so it's lined back up so that we can find the hole to screw the end back in. Just like that. Tighten the front down. And we've got our belt tension back. So that's how you save yourself, is rather than having to take the tool head off and loosen the belts, and even if you have to get in here and loosen the belts, doing that trick right there is how you get enough slack to be able to install your belts if you ever have to take them off. So make sure that you get the one with your three nuts facing the outside. Down in there. So Chris, I was talking to everybody, and I think did we do the announcement on Saturday? Was that, I think that should be fine to me. Back in these up. That one is keeps pushing the part. Guy looking to be your pen pal. Long lost buddy. Anybody know on a Voron build, I got to run the doors back and side panels. You don't have to run them, but if you're going to do hot temps, you're going to need the doors. But you can build your Voron without them and then add them on later. That's always an option. Okay, so we've got those done. Now we need to take our little panels, or panels. Yeah, those are panels. We need to take our clips here and we're just going to put some neodymium magnets in there. And you want to make sure that they're all going in the same direction. Because if they're not, you're going to have a bad day. That was fun. Darn it. How many times can Dragon not get the neodymium magnet in the slot? There we go. Constantly make sure that you're getting them in the right direction. Dudes have a tendency to flip out sometimes and You never know if they go back in the right way or not. Right. So these are all going in, or they're all in the right or the same direction. There we go. That's the word. Same direction. And these are 3x6 magnets. We're going to use M3x8 screws to put these in. We'll go ahead and put the one at the bottom. And then we'll have the one at the top that I'll have to put in the special nuts for. So I'll have to put this over on its side. Nuts. So this is where we'll use our other type of, I'll say, sliding nut helper thingies. And we talked about this before in the build. Now that statement, or now that's coming home to roost. So I can get it to show. You can see that the one end has a sloped edge to it. Maybe almost. Come on. Anyhow, one end is sloped. These. Oh well. So the one end's got a sloped edge to it. With that sloped edge, that will enable us to um, um, get our nut to basically ride up on top of it. Get these in here in the right direction. These will roll in kind of like a roll-in T-nut. And then we'll have some special slide-in nuts. And these are specially machined square nuts that'll fit in on a 1515 frame and allow you to ramp it up on this edge. You have to pay attention to how they're manufactured as well, so that you get them in the right orientation to make life easy. Now, let me see if I can get you over here to see what I'm doing here. So we've got a nut and a printed piece. All I'm going to do is I'm going to take my tweezers, go in the two holes between them, and just squeeze them together. And if everything goes right, the nut will start to ride up and over just like that. And then I can continue to squeeze them together. now I have a M3 nut that I can move in the channel just like that. So I don't know if it was, um, I don't know who came up with this, if this was truly an LDO thing or whoops, somebody else, but this is nifty as all get out and can save your bacon basically. Because I could start to have issues by this one. Oh, one worked and now the other one's being a pain. I'm going to set you guys down here. See if I can do this. There we go. Started. Ah, there we go. So now we got those in there. So we should be able just to line these up next to each other. And hopefully that's spaced well enough that we can get our other one put on here. If not, then we may just have to float one. What's in there? Feels like it's super, super duper tight, like rip some threads around. That one went. This one's feeling like it's dead. Oh, there we go. Okay. So what do we have here? Install the magnet in the latch with the frame polarity and test the handle before gluing the magnet. Magnets. Um, looking for 69 millimeters between the two. And when we do our front door, then I will figure out the spacing of those. Front door, flip hinge, does require VHB tape. Oh, nice camera angles. Ah, yep. This is me moving everything around. I'm trying to get better angles on some stuff here. Eventually, I'm going to put the camera up on the overhead on the ceiling, so that we can do an overhead. Yeah. So those are square nuts with a rounded edge, which lets them drop down into the frame, and then you just ride them up on the slant of the printed plastic piece, holds it tight up against the top. Now, we've got our door panel here, right? Door panel is going to go right there. And it's actually got cutouts for the magnets in the acrylic. Now I'm like super duper confused. Like, do I super glue the magnets in here, or wouldn't the super glue mess with the acrylic? If so, then I put the magnets in here. Where's my door handle? Door handle, door handle. Yeah, my door handle has magnets. I've always done the magnet slots and the, yeah, that's what I figured, Chris. And I've always done the door handle like this where the magnets are in there, but I think they may have done this so that the polarity is, I'll say, higher. So it's a better, whatchamacallit. So they're closer basically. So I'm wondering if you embed the magnets so that they're a lot closer, there's less interference there, and that they would line up better, but that's kind of low for the door. If they go this way, you'd have to have something to keep them embedded, unless that's a very good friction fit. Yeah, and I guess what I really need to do is, seeing as how this is different, I probably ought to bring up the LDO guide, because I'm sure there's something in the LDO guide that tells me about these different door panels. Parts. Um, well, they don't talk about these at all. So these are 6 by 3 millimeter. Um, 6 by 3 millimeter magnets, and this is 3 millimeter um, acrylic, which means it would have to go with the flat side of the acrylic against the door panel here. And the magnets would sit proud of the door frame or of the door, and that would then go inside the plastic part. That's just weird as all get out. What do I do with my magnets? I mean, they're holding through the full plastic, but if I get them down in here, I would assume that they would hold even better, but I'm not going to be able to get them fully embedded in here, I don't think. That, and be careful that we don't crack our acrylic trying to get these in there. Oh, yeah, I'm kind of confused. Magnets kind of don't fit down in there either, and I don't afraid to try and press fit them too much because I may crack the acrylic, scratch the acrylic too. If I can get it in there, it's going to be a nice, good, tight fit, but All right, here's one. What I'm doing is I'm getting them lined up. Still not flat. I'm using a paper towel on each side, fold it over. Try and just press them in ever so gently. And what we'll do is we'll use the we're going to use the magnets basically to identify the spot for the handle. Really not. Yep. And I just cracked it. Damn it. Oh well. Hey Chris, I'm going to need a door. Actually, I could probably solve that stack of magnets just went running. So Chris, you would be so kind as to cut me a door for the LDO. This is acrylic, 3 millimeter. Um, we'll run this without a door for right now, but what I will do is I'll take the door off mine to put on this. So if you can get me a replacement door, it's still on there. Should have known better. Uh, sure that that's the same size as mine. Oh yeah, 4 sizes. Hey Chris, are you there? Calling KB3D Chris. Calling KB3D Chris. Hey Subsector, how's it going? Eagle Brett, how are you doing? I was doing good until I just cracked the panel. But I should have expected that. Modified my actions accordingly. So we're going to skip doing the door and the door handle for now, since I just cracked that panel. And when Chris gets back with me, we will, I'll have him cut me a door panel. One side, other. With a hinge. For those. Give me 1 second and I will go pull the door off of mine. PlexiClean. Make sure you get PlexiClean. Not use standard like Windex or anything on your acrylic panels, because um, it will haze them and cause them probably to crack as well. Now to see if I can get hinges off. Yeah, so all I'm doing is popping my hinge pieces off. They're all black and putting on these hinge pieces. And if I can get them off right, hinge piece itself just pops off. And so I don't have to mess with the VHB. I can just reuse what's there, which is, of course, a slightly different size. You might see a little bit of it. We can handle seeing just a little bit of the VHB on the outside for now. When I get the new door, I'll put that door on there, but I want this so I can close it in and we may be able to do an ABS print on this by like Thursday. Handle. Give that a little bit dry, but that. And we're going to need a M3 by 40 at the top and 3 by 30 at the bottom. Have it going from the bottom up and down, going from the bottom. But we'll do that. Oh, you can't. Yeah, it happens. Um, it happens. Should have known better. Let's show it going from the bottom up rather than the top down, but looking at the other piece made more sense to get direction. But I think that might have been because there was a part that was warped. And I'll join. I think I'm running into the same thing here. So just may need to grab a 3mm drill bit, clean some things out real fast. Hey, Everything Plus Ultra. We're having a fun night. We've already cracked the door panels, so I'm taking the door panel off of my V0 and putting it on this one. And apparently I'm going to have to take this off to drill out the hole on this bottom piece. We'll do the same thing on the top. Yep, every once in a while you got to bring the drill out. Just remember that this is a door hang, not a it's made so that it flexes and moves around. Sure that it flexes and moves around. Make it so tight it won't work right. You keep going until it's, if you keep trying to snug it, then eventually you'll make it so that it's no longer snug. And when righty tighty turns to lefty loosey, you've gone too far. We're going to do this the easy way. Because, yeah, I think I redid a plate of these because I had some warping. Oh, that's supposed to be an M3 hole there, by the way. Kind of warped down to nothing. So we'll just grab the replacement that is an M3. that we did. Okay. Now we have a nice little door. What we'll have to do is kind of figure out where we need our magnets for our door to be to align. Looks to be pretty close to about there. Maybe a little bit lower. That should be good. And we'll VHB we'll do it the old school way, which is we'll line up or we'll align the polarity of our magnets, stick them in our door handle, and then put VHB tape over it and lock it in place. So drill bits back away. Okay, subsector, go get some rest. Go get some rest. Yes, and happy Halloween, subsector. Um, let's see. What did I do with the? Oh, I was like, what did I do with the magnets? You mean the ones that I knocked off the table and I'm not sure where they went? I'm not even sure how they would make it to the floor since there's like a whole steel bench that it's got to get past. I don't know. I'm not seeing it, but good news is I always have spares. So And we just have to figure out what the polarity is with our existing magnets. Probably not that way. That way. That's how they're going to go in the door. Door handle works. Door handle works. Need to put a little bit of VHB tape on that, and we'll be able to put that in place. Be off a little easier tonight. So Liz, what time are you going live tonight printing chocolate? Okay. I got my VHB tape on there. Now we're just going to kind of line it up and roll it right over the top of where those magnets are. And Okay. Our door works. So we've got that working now. What else is next? Door's on, door handle is on. Top hat. We get to build a top hat. We get to go back to some extrusions. Let's take this and set it off onto a stool right next to me. Provided it sits up there nicely, and if it doesn't, then oh wow, it was almost like this stool was made for it. Wow. Okay. We're going to need our remaining extrusions. Four small extrusions. Four long extrusions. Clean off this edge of my workspace here because we're going to be building it right here. Okay. So we're going to take our four extrusions. We're going to put M3 by 10s into the ends. Sixes put away, the M3 8s put away. So we do need to preload some nuts though before we start doing any end screws. Let's go ahead and do our nuts. We need two on the top. So we'll say two at the top. And two in the front. Or there. Need to build a few of those. Yeah, so it's VHB tape, and because it's into acrylic, you can't use, I mean, you'd have to have a special acrylic adhesive. Otherwise, you would damage the acrylic. Super glue and acrylic does not go well together. Um, Nor does a lot of pressure, apparently, because that's why I just had to swap doors out because I broke the door that came with the kit. So the door that came with the kit actually had like cutouts for the magnets, but they were very, very tight. And as I was trying to push one in, I cracked the door. So I'm going to need KB3D to get me a new door panel. I mean, I took the door panel off my V0 and put it on here for now. So I'm going to need a new door panel. And we'll say, yeah, you missed me breaking the door. So yeah, we cracked the door trying to get the magnet in. So I just did the old style VHB tape and put my door in place. But if you can get me a new door and just make a note, because I'm going to order a blue uh, top hat assembly. And I think I'm going to convert my V0.1 to a 0.2. So we just need to make note that I need a door panel cut if possible. Or there's, yeah, noted. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it was off camera when I did it, so you couldn't clip it, but you could probably clip my reaction. I think I said a few choice words under my breath. Okay, so we've got our nuts loaded, so 2 on each of those, then 2 on each of those sides. Now we're going to need to put in our M3x10s on the ends. And when we do that, we're going to go ahead and put in a little bit of Loctite. We just don't want anything rattling loose over time. That, once again, this is getting shipped, so I don't know where or what kind of handling is going to be involved. Yeah, I saw that. I was looking at that. In fact, I might already have some stuff in my box or in my cart. Speaking of configurators, did the other configurator ever get updated with Revo options? If you want, when I go to do that, I'll make a note to add another door panel. Hey, Rodney Mac, how's it going? Sorry I didn't see you there. Oh, that's right. That's right. You're waiting for the Autodesk thing. Okay. Is there an option in the configurator that prevents you running your Revo up against the bed and snapping the Revo or bending the Revo? Because that would be a great configuration option. That's the optional blend package. There you go. Okay, so we've got our extrusions with a M3 by 10 on each end and um, two nuts on the joining faces. So we're done with that step. Next up is doing the uprights. Now your uprights only have a hole at one end and not on the other, so that's where your blind joint's going to be. And okay, does so I'm just looking at this. There's nothing in this diagram here that says what side the nut should be on when you install these ends. But just thinking ahead, I need one set to be up on the top side when I slide this in. Because what's going to happen is we're going to use this to hold the panel corners on. Helps. So it's going to go on like this. And you're going to use these to hold the top panel and then the side panel on. So this really needs to be at the top of the. What I'm going to do is go like this and use my table as um, a piece to keep this aligned. And we're blocks. 3 block. 1, 2, 3 block. You can always use another extrusion as well. Run it right next to that one. That way I can put my thumb on the side, hold everything tight against that extrusion, and then tighten it up this way while holding it down. And that should keep the base aligned. When I tighten that M3 screw on. Come on, you. Yeah, there you go. I break doors. They're cheaper than nozzles. And I throw screwdrivers around, apparently. Might have been an attempt for me to find the magnets that I dropped on the ground earlier. Yeah, I have like a whole slew of magnets like that that hit the ground and I have no idea where they went. And how they made it down the side of this bench with all that steel right there, I have no idea. But apparently they did. All right, so that one's done. Take our next one. Once again, we'll need one of these, doesn't matter which, facing down. Okay, so there's our two uprights. I'm going to make sure that the ones that have the rails on it are facing one towards me and one away from me. That'll make up our sides. Now it wants me to use my little jig again. Here's my jig. Here's my jig. So we're going to use our little jig cutout here to set M3 by 10s at the bottom. So these are going to be the ones that will hold down the top hat to the main part of the printer. Get a little bit of thread locker on there. Get it started in, and we'll grab our piece. We're just going lightly till we feel it snug, and then that's all. We'll do this one now. Whoops. Know you building this printer for someone in need. Are you allowed to tell us what need they have in case we want to help them indirectly? And as KB said, join us on Saturday. This particular case, there are other ways to support this person if you'd like, but thanks kindly for asking. We will acknowledge that person on the Saturday stream. Use that ad for 5 minutes. Getting ready to start. It hopefully did. Probably you got work on Saturday. Okay. Um, Gotcha. Well, I'll reach out to you, Mod Light, after the stream. Um, Not a problem. Hey, Aaron, 3DP, how's it going? And Aaron, you're getting ready to rebuild a V0. You're rebuilding your V0.1 as a Pandora box, right? If I remember right? Yeah, that'll be interesting. So cam lock function. In order for the hinge top hat to lock correctly, these two screws need to be fixed at 5 millimeter. Use thread locker to keep them in place. Well, we did that. Oh, well, there we go. We did it on all four, and we only needed to do it on two. So we'll pull two of them back out because Luke can't read and follow directions. Apparently, I must be getting tired or something. Yeah, because you were getting your frame specially done, right? What color were you going with again, if you don't mind? So this is the back. This is the front. Got Galaxy Purple. Nice. Now we're going to connect these in with these other ones. So once again, we need to make sure that one side is face down, the other side is facing the outer edge. And we're just going to slide this down and I'm going to turn this so that once again, I can come in off the side because of where this is at. I need to have my wrench coming in from the side. We're going to use the extrusion over here as a makeshift straight edge to try and keep things at 90-degree angle because I don't know what I did with my 1, 2, 3 blocks. So that one's done. Now we need to do this other one. Sure that we've got it one down and one facing the outer edge. Slide that down, move the mouse out of the way, grab the other edge over here and use this as the straight edge on this side. Keep everything lined up side to side. There we go. Now we're going to flip this around. We want to make sure that the side that's got our nuts on it is to the outside. This is where I really need my 1, 2, 3 blocks. What did I do with my 1, 2, 3 blocks? There they are. Hard to find things when you put stuff on top of them. Probably where my bearings are. It's probably got something on top of it. That's why I can't find those bearings. Grab our 1, 2, 3 block. Make sure that it keeps our corner square. Tighten this up. That end just square. My 1, 2, 3 block on the other corner. Everything's square. So before we go any further, we're going to make sure that we got each one of these has screws in it. Then each of the outer edges have the no drop nut screw. That's good. Here with our screws, here with the screws in the bottom are the front edge. So I'm going to orientate that towards me. And what's next? Yeah, these are great, and I like that they're nice and heavy. They just come in handy, keeping things nice and squared up. Okay. Got those in and tightened. And once again, it's to check that we had the 2 M3 nuts on the top and on each of the sides, which we just did. Now we're going to insert our top panels, our top hat panels. So we've got 4 sides and a top. It looks like 80 millimeter, but give me a second and I will double check. Nope, they're 100 millimeter. All right, sounds good, Mod Light. Have a good one. And yeah, I'll let you know on Saturday after the stream. And we use the 4 that have these rounded edges on them, full rounded edges. And we're gonna need to move our nuts over as appropriate. And we're using M3 by 8. So we're going to take our M3 by 10s and put them back up. Try and keep things nice and tidy, because knowing me and the way I work, I will dump them all over the table and then the floor. So and as I'm putting these in, I'm not going to put them in, I'm not going to tighten the corner down. I'm just going to do them one at a time. And then once we have them all in, then we'll tighten them down. Yeah, I've wound up. I put a oh, what is it? The utility belt on mine, um, to try and keep it from rubbing as much. It hasn't solved it 100%, but it made it a lot better. And so yeah, that was definitely going to be my choice when that time came, was the 100 millimeter rather than the 80. Cane flex. Were you running CAN bus on yours? Okay, EBB 36. Run CAN on all your Vorons. Yeah. I've got CAN bus on my Cell Source 2.4 and my Trident using the EBB SB 2209s. Both my Mercuries are running CAN bus using EBB 36s. And then my I'll say my LDO Voron 2.4 is running just standard full headboard because I was building that to spec. But Bay Dragon, which is the first one that I built using the PIF parts that I won at Rocky Mountain last year, is possibly going to be getting some upgrades in the form of, say possibly, he's going to get upgrades in the form of carbon fiber motor, A and B motors, and then what, carbon fiber, A and B motors, lights. He's got titanium extrusions and a printed or titanium backers on the extrusion. I'm debating whether or not I want to get the carbon fiber X and Y rails, and I'm also I'm going to put lights and move it from printed tap to CNC tap V2. So now we're going to start doing the sides. So I'm going to set it up on the side here. Start working on, I guess I'm going to have to put nuts in on the sides there. Assuming the ones that'll be, nope, flat edges. Yeah, I saw you put the Zoll on there. I haven't tried that full head yet. SB stealth burner with a mellow SB. Okay. Yeah, it does. There's a stealth burner mod for the door that adds a like a graded door panel. That's probably a wise thing to do. And of course, these are 3x8s. You're running a 3010 fan on yours. Nice. Yeah, I haven't done the beacon. I haven't tried a beacon yet. But I put the R8 printed tap on Fay Dragon, which, like I said, was my first foray into tap, and it worked out well. And then I did a CNC tap, and that was phenomenal. I was like, yes, this is definitely going to be done. So both my Trident and Kyber Dragon, which is my other 2.4, has CNC tap on it. In fact, my plan is to, when I take the Rev 8 tap off of Fay Dragon, I'm going to reuse it over on Chewy's build. I'm going to build a 2.4 for Chewy, who's one of my one of my subscribers. And once again, all of these top hat panels, none of these panels are getting any whatchamacallit, seals. It's all going just plain Jane, which is a slightly interesting, but I'll roll with it. It seems like it seals up pretty well, so I don't see that as being an issue. Now, if you're going to do Pandora's box, now the Pandora's box is made to actually run real hot, right? Is that more of like a Doom cube for V0, or is there a Doom cube for V0? One side down. Crap, what are you going to do with 100C? Is he like polypropylene peak? What? I mean, I could understand like doing that type of setup for like a peak or something like that, just simply because it's going to be a lot smaller chamber. So as long as you can get the parts that you need in that size, and that makes sense just in the efficiency of getting that volume heated up. Yeah, well, you hear me as I'm doing a build. I talk to myself a bit. Well, I think that's about natural for everybody. Hey, Phaedrus Lucretius, thank you for the follow. Yeah, definitely, Aaron. Stream the build. That would be awesome. Um, I've seen the photos that you post of some of your builds, and your builds look amazing. Clean up from Halloween. Okay, have fun, zombie. Thanks for coming out and hanging with us for a little bit. And thanks for helping to troubleshoot with Liz to get her cocoa press up and running. For the hype zombie. And once again, I'm just trying to get all the panels kind of, or all the little panel clips in place, and then I'll go through and tighten them all down. So, Fetus Lucretius, how are you doing this evening? And are you into 3D printing at all, or just here to lurk? Getting close to the finish line as far as getting all of our panels done up. Really hope that my noise filters are filtering out that plastic getting torn. I don't know why my one monitor over here keeps blinking. Keep seeing the light go on and off. It's just this monitor over here blinking. My knowledge, Chris has not gotten into the house to set up blinking lights. I hear it's coming. Keeps threatening he's working with you. Hook me up. All right, last one. Done with these for now. Um, there we go. I get the sneaky suspicion taking a panel off. I just put all four of these on as if they were all the same, and I have a feeling that the two back ones are going to have a slightly different mounting, or not two back ones, but the back one have a slight mounting because of the hinge. We'll get there. Did the two sides. Yep. Rear panel. Everything's the same except the rear panel. Rear panel, which is this panel, I have a slightly different setup. Other than these, it'll have the rear hinge piece. Here's one. The other. one more set of these things. X nut. This one in, we'll put the rear hinges on. It says we'll put them on loosely. Be a left and a right. Be a left and a right. Apparently I have spares. The best few that we've got. Further up some. Go. Top hat on. Now we're going to attach the top hat. So 1, 2, 3 blocks out of the way. 3x12. So we'll put the M3x8s up. Move the rest of the panel clips that I have here. Got, like I said, way too many. Okay, so we're going to bring our printer back up here. Turn her around, and we're going to take our top hat here. And attach the top to the bottom hinge with M3x12 Carefully screw these bolts into the plastic parts. Be careful threading screws directly into plastic. If you over tighten them, they will stop working as intended. Paraphrase it. I use my, this is a 2 millimeter. I'm just going to use it to make sure that it's fully lined up. We're going to take an M3 by 12 from the outside to the inside. Hey, Mrs. Dragon, how are you doing? It's 9:30, and we're almost done putting this top hat on. And as soon as we're done with the top hat, we will be done. And I'm not going to try and quote unquote bottom it out. I'm just going to get it to where it's, I'll say the head is beneath the top of the printed part. And that'll just make sure that it's not going to be in the way. It's not going to catch on anything. But I'm afraid if I keep going too much past that, that we'll run into it. Oh, right, KB, you're going to throw me under the bus now? You've been quiet for like an hour. So, Mrs. Dragon, we did have an issue with the stream. Couple of issues, actually. On the door pieces right here, these have magnets in them. And I put a bunch of the regular hex bolt no drop nut pieces in there, and it's too they weren't close enough to do these, so I had to take apart some of it to get them back out so I could put in other ones there. And then I may have cracked the door trying to get magnets in it. So this is the door off of my printer, my V0.1. So Chris is gonna cut me a new door, and then I'll swap them back out because I can't get all the haze off of this. But what else do we have to do here? Check our hinge. Hey, look, our top hat hinge. What else do we need to do? Well, we're going to put our little cam locks back in here. And our handy dandy tool here, it has a slot at the end. And it tells us, forget your keys. We have a handy dandy feature to the pulley jig that works. And it talks about $5 millimeter Allen key. Huh? I could have sworn it said to put a, I think it's a 5 millimeter washer in there. $5 millimeter washer. It's in there. Push that in there. And then you can use this to twist your cam. So put your lid in place. Put your lid in place. Come on. Really? You were just in place without the cam. All right, I'll have to figure that out. Why it's because our cams are in the locked positions. Put the cams in here, twist them to their full and open position. That goes in. Now you can lock them the other direction. You might not have enough. Okay, let's tweak that length. Still doesn't feel like it. So it feels like it's starting to engage, but it's not. Hmm, I think closer. Front braking. Well, and right now I've got it lined up to their to the distance that they told me to set it to, and it seems like I'm not able to engage it enough. And yeah, I am starting to. Huh, we're pretty darn good. We're locked. I'm not going to fight to get it to go all the way over. So, folks, we now have a fully built Voron V0.2. The assembly is complete. We don't have the screen because, once again, the screen is not part of the base. And you don't technically need it to run it because you're going to be running it from a web interface. So we are good. Yeah, you cut your own panels. You're also going to engrave a faux crack in it. That'll be awesome. That'll be awesome. I can see you doing that. Yeah, the newer ones are 5mm keys, so you just use a Allen wrench, I'm assuming. I'll see if I can find new ones and I'll reprint those. No big deal. He's loving that I'm out of town. He loses track of time. Well, that's why you have to jump on here to yell at me and stop me. Oh, were you streaming last night, Aaron, or were you on Pez Liz's stream? I got a few spare printed parts. There's some optional parts that are also in here that we didn't use. So maybe I'll throw those in the bucket when we strip this off. But yeah, here we go. She is in all of her glory, fully buttoned up. And once again, this piece right here, you can take your um, spool holder and stick it like that for use. And then when you're going to travel, flip it over and it slides right down in the back out of the way. So you're not going to catch it on anything. But what we need to do still is get this squared away. So we've got plenty of PTFE tube here. And so what you do is you'll take your PTFE tube and fit it right through the channel. Make sure it goes all the way to the end. And then using a sharp blade, preferably cutting away from you, cut it flush. And when it's not flush, come back and recut it again. Flush. Take the other one, have it in there as well. All the way to the end. And cut it flush. So there you have it. Now I got your spool holder. We'll have a length of tube. Doesn't have to be a huge one that's going to go into your leg here. So let's find a decent length and cut. Because your spool is going to be right here and spool right down in there. And if we need to raise this up, we will. But there's your spool. Nice replacement print for the PTFE that replaces the smaller top black. Not sure what you mean there. Oh, you mean this piece? Yeah, I know there's one that's that comes in right here and even has a filament runout sensor there as well. Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you, Subsector, for coming in and dropping 1,000 biddies. I appreciate that. That is awesome. But yeah, it replaces this rear top panel, right? Because remember, you've got two different sections to this top panel. So it will replace this top piece here between my fingers, and it's got an ingress port here. So rather than come down and through the leg, you come up and in through a port here, and you can even have a filament runout sensor right here that goes in. So you never put these spool holders on your printers. Well, yeah, I'm not printing from dry boxes. I have the ability to. I've got a couple of rep boxes and a couple of Sunlu active heaters. But yeah, I agree with you that um, it's most of mine. I'm actually running a spool just right on sitting on the top and on a full roller basically. Um, but there she is. And what I will do is I will get her plugged in and I will start a print on her tonight before I go to bed. And of course, I'll have to open her up because I've got PLA right now, or I guess I could, you know, Thursday we're going to go with a high temp filament. So I'll continue to print some uh, PLA with it, but Thursday we'll put some ABS through it. Well, thank you, KB3D Chris. I appreciate it. I think I really like it. It's a cute little printer. Um, I like mine. But I really like the new top hat and stuff. So I'm probably gonna. I was telling Mrs. Dragon, I'm probably gonna rebuild mine as a V0.2. So this makes sense. Oh yeah, I think the recipient's gonna lose it when they realize it. There we go. And so let me bring you guys around the back here real fast. Because like I said, I didn't realize that these had smoked panels. So you can actually see the lights and stuff that come on back here. And it's nice to be able to look through there and see your electronics versus just having a straight, opaque black panel and you can't see your electronics. Cables are all the way. Pro streamer. Pro streamer. Let's get that out of the way. But yeah, everything's going good. Let me be able to get connected to it now. Let's homer. Ad break. Why ad break? All right, guys, it is 9:41. Let's, while we do an ad break, try and figure out where we want to go for the evening. Yeah, it's very red. This is the red frame. This is Sparta 3D purple mist, and the red accents are fluorescent or sparkle fluorescent red. Not sure if Aaron subscribed or not. Okay, so Aaron, yes, so it's a red LVO frame. It is Sparta 3D sparkle purple mist, and the red accents are sparkle fluorescent red, and all printed parts are in the Sparta 3D polycarbonate ABS blend. So they are PC ABS. I think put that good piece, which I'm going to need to open the top hat, because if I'm going to print PLA with it, I need to actually open the top hat. Maybe these little pieces is something that we'll print on it when we go to print a high temp filament. It'll be a really quick little print for being on stream. Oh, like, why is this not getting through there? Because it's cut straight instead of at an angle. You want your filament to go through connector. Helps to have it cut at an angle. And what do you guys think? Where do you want to go? Yeah, a time message for your site on my stream, but also for Rico. Gotcha. Do a Disneyland. Oh, okay. Sounds good. We can go over to Pez Liz. I will get that started. She's supposed to be printing with chocolate tonight anyhow. So let's go and rib Pez Liz. Be all jovial. Thanks everybody for being here. I'm going to make a print and I will post that print tomorrow because I'm not going to stay up for it to finish tonight. But thank you all for being here for this awesome build stream. We'll print with a high temp filament on Thursday. Thank you for the subscribe. Actually, the gifted sub, KB3D Chris, for Shadell. I appreciate that. And we'll see everybody Thursday night. We'll actually do some high temp prints with this machine. And yeah, and then Saturday morning, we will talk about who is going to get this printer. And we'll also put together a stealth press on Saturday, because that'll be a cool little thing to put together. So thanks everybody for being here. Enjoy Pez Liz, and I will see you on Thursday. Bye now.